Hi everyone, this is Meera from Singapore Management University. I'll present our work, which is an empirical study on gym usage behavior and decide digital interventions. Regular physical activity is essential to maintain good health, to stay fit, and for our overall well being. As individuals become more aware of the benefits of engaging in physical activity, the prevalence of people going to the gym or fitness centers is in the rise. Recent statistics report that the number of fitness center memberships in the United States has steadily increased over the last decade. However, one major challenge is the retention of the gym users. Little is known about the dropout problem and the contextual factors that seem to affect such dropout behavior. We do not know why people quit their gym activity after initial few visits. And another problem is the increase in injuries that are sustained at the gyms. And this may be probably due to the lack of knowledge in using an equipment or not knowing the right technique for certain exercise. Now, while there has been a rapid explosion of mobile fitness apps for promoting healthy behavior and quantifying workout activities, prior works report that most of them follows a one-size-fits-all approach and do not provide personalized suggestions or feedback. Given these facts, we focus on studying the gym visit habits of individuals. As such, we target to answer the following questions. First of all, what forms of failures exist in gym participation? And what are some key reasons why people drop out or quit their gym activity? Then, what do people desire to overcome such failure in participation, or how can they sustain their gym participation? And also, are there any specific preferences in technology that people want to use while exercising in a gym? To study these or to answer these questions, we utilize two rich sources of data. First of all, we obtain the gym visit transaction logs from our campus gym in Singapore. So we obtained the gym visit patterns from the data that was captured through the card transaction logs. So it contained both the entry time as well as the exit time of each user, which was tagged to their ID card. And it also logged other demographics information like gender, the school of study, the student versus staff, etc. So as such, we obtained data from over 6,500 unique individuals who visited gym over a longitudinal period of 16 months. So this involved more than 90,000 records of gym visit data. And the second source of data was from a survey, which we conducted at our university gym as well as other public gyms in Singapore. So with the study, we obtained survey responses from over 615 individuals. And this was also conducted in multiple phases. We first studied the aggregated gym visit patterns. When we looked at the weekly visit pattern, we found that the daily number of users keeps dropping as the week progresses. And we found that Monday was the most popular day with an average visit count of about 350 users. And this pattern was also seen across the time for the time of visit, where we saw there was a peak during the morning hours and there was a peak after office hours, like an evening peak. But during the day, the number of users using the gym kept dropping. We also looked at the visit pattern during an entire academic term, which spanned over 16 weeks. And we found that the total user count tend to drop gradually as the term progresses, where the number of new users, incoming users kept dropping, whereas the dropout of the users kept increasing. And this dropout was also more evident when when the students had exams, etc. Prior works in behavioral literature has shown that the temporal consistency helps maintain exercise habit. So we next looked at the temporal visit pattern of their gym usage, and by obtaining the cumulative probability distribution of the visit count, we found that 65% of the users have less than 10 visits to the gym during this 16-month study period. And also about 32% drop out after their first one or two visit. This demonstrates that Even in a gym where most of the gym goers correspond to the student population, there is a significant set of users who drop out from their gym activity. Next, for the users who had less than 10 visits, we looked at their behavior and again found that 80% of them dropped out within the first month of joining the gym, and the remaining 20% were very infrequent users who visited the gym in the first month and maybe came back after 4 or 5 months, like that. So, given that there is a high percentage of users that sees gym visits fairly early on, we were interested in understanding if there are any distinguishable behavioral pattern between regular versus dropouts. And we first looked at the visit pattern separately for individuals versus those going into the gym as groups. For this, from the gym visit logs, we extracted the people who visited the gym as a group. That is, we found those repeated user groups who had both their entry and exit time differences within 1 minute, and we were able to obtain over 1,000 occurrences of such repeated groups of 2 to 4 users. And from this data, we found that people going in groups visit the gym a greater number of times than people who go alone. There was about 45% of them who were going in a group had a visit count that was greater than 10, whereas only 18% of the those who go to the group as themselves or as a solo had greater than 10 visits to the gym over the 16 months period. Similarly, we found that the regularity in terms of the schedule of their visit, like the time of their visit as well as the day of visit, was also important in terms of the sustainability in their gym participation. We found that those with visit count less than 10 had a greater irregularity in their times of visit, which varied by 4 to 5 hours, whereas the difference in visit times for about 85% of the users who had a visit count greater than 10 were within the limit of 1 to 2 hours. So this indeed shows certain behavioral aspects that help to sustain gym participation. Now, having obtained an understanding of the gym visit patterns, we next want to identify the key reasons why people quit their gym activity. So for this, we utilize the survey data from the 615 individuals. And in the survey, we asked them the questions on the reasons for their dropout, like what are the desired features that they would like to sustain their gym participation? Are there any specific preferences for digital technologies? And if there are, like, what are they, and what are some of the reasons they do not prefer certain technologies? And what are some key services that they would like to obtain from such technologies, etc. So, first of all, we study the dropout reasons. For this, we obtained data from these 97 users who reported that they stopped their gym activity because of certain reasons, and that we exactly wanted to find out what were those reasons. So we gave them a set of reasons like lack of time, lack of knowledge in using gym equipment, other reasons like not having social support or medical reasons, etc. And we found that while lack of time was the most important reason, the other key reasons included lack of personal trainer, lack of knowledge in using gym equipment, followed by lack of enjoyment. So as I mentioned, not having a personal trainer and not knowing to use certain equipment were some of the top reasons why people stopped their gym activities. And these percentages are obtained by combining responses that were rated as extremely important and very important on a 5-point Likert scale. And also there were other reasons like not meeting their goals or expectations, or they prefer some other workout like outdoor workout, etc. But this question did help establish some of the key reasons why people tend to quit their gym activity. When asked about the desired features to continue gym activity, people mentioned that after providing more variety of exercise machines, the next top reason was providing personal training recommendations. So This shows that individuals do need some guidance during their activity, like they would like for somebody to help them train or help them with the techniques of certain exercises, etc. But again, we all know getting access to a personal trainer is not easy. It's expensive, or it's not readily available for everybody, etc. So what do we do? Also, plus we want to know what individuals need from a personal trainer. So we then ask them there about the need for personalized monitoring. Then people mentioned that having access to a personal trainer at the gym was very valuable to them. Like over 60% of them responded this as very important. And when asked about the most needed services, people mentioned that helping with correcting their body forms or postures, or teaching them how to perform specific exercises were very important services that they would like to obtain from a personal trainer. And again, like I mentioned, a personal trainer may be hard to get. So how can digital technologies help be a personalized coach? So, given this recent trend among quantified self or the explosion of mobile devices, we also wanted to know the preferences of people in using certain digital technologies. So, we specifically asked them about their adoption of a wearable technology versus non-wearable technology, which was like maybe a machine sensor, like a sensor that is being attached to the exercise equipment, so that the person itself do not have to wear any devices on their body. And while overall individuals prefer to use some solution to quantify their workout activity, we were not sure exactly what kind of technology they wanted. And we found that 60% of them indicated an unwillingness to use wearable based technology to track gym exercises. This difference was more evident in the older adults, where 82% of the users in the 55 plus age group were reluctant to adopt wearables. And this is also in accordance with the reported digital aversion and the lower likelihood of using technology among elderly. In general, the main reasons for the version towards wearable-based approach was the discomfort of wearing on-body devices, or the inconvenience of requiring to wear multiple such devices for proper exercise tracking, or like forgetting to wear these devices while going to the gym, etc. And also, there was an exception that people do tend to use devices like the earphones for listening to music. So, among the wearables itself, these earable devices was an exception, that people do not mind using such devices even while working out in a gym. Therefore, in summary, using the gym visitation records from over 6,500 users for a period of 16 months, we established the acuteness of dropout. We found that more than 32% of dropout, people drop out after their first one or two visits. And those visiting gym in groups and also having a regularity in terms of their time and day of visit had a higher retention of their gym participation. And also, based on a survey of 615 individuals, it was reported that getting personalized monitoring and real time feedback is one of the most valued features to sustain gym participations. And people also indicated, like over 60% indicated a reluctance to use wearables while exercising in gym, with the exception of earable devices. So overall, this work established that there is a need for better mechanism to sustain gym participation, and the digital technologies should be more personalized, or they should provide real-time useful feedback in order for people to find it more useful. And maybe integrating motivating elements and interventions at the right time may help retain their long-term participation. So we hope that the insights presented in this work will be helpful in designing future fitness solutions and digital interventions. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zoe. I'm currently a master's student at the HCI lab at the Computer Science department at the University of Manitoba. Today I'm going to talk about my paper Design to Eat Smart, a design framework for pervasive interventions of eating habits. My paper was conducted with my lab members John Swaston and previous lab members Dr. Ting Han, now associate professor in Chinese Academy of Science and research associate in our lab Dr. Yumiko Sakamoto. This paper is supervised by my advisor Dr. Priyan Irani. How to explore novel design for healthy eating interventions. In this paper, I mainly talk about three parts. First, how to generate a design framework to design digital eating interventions. Second, a parallel analysis on the previous projects. And last, a design study on using the framework to design interventions. Imagine you are having a breakfast and you look at your watch and find you have to finish your meal and catch a bus. Your family member is telling you to hurry up. Yes, we have all had the experience of needing to quickly finish a meal. However, have you thought about how fast eating affects your health? Researchers found high eating speed could lead to serious health problems such as obesity and gastritis. Researchers also found unbalanced nutrition intake among adolescents and problematic eating among children. There are interventions provided to help people improve eating habits, such as policy intervention and school-based interventions. However, they are quite complex. With the development of pervasive computing, digital interventions are more and more popular. Designing pervasive interventions for eating improvement is still difficult. It requires designers to have a strong understanding of persuasive approaches. Besides, there is a lack of well-established design guidelines. Clear investigation of existing interventions are difficult to perform without a standard matrix. Thus, we need a design framework. So, what's a design framework? It's a classification and a taxonomy of design dimensions with corresponding parameters. A design framework helps summarize previous trends and inspire design decisions. The research goal of this paper is to build a design framework to guide healthy eating intervention design. So, how did we create such a framework? We first conducted a literature search using the ACM Digital Library in October 2018 on the keywords of eat and diet. We also conducted a snowballing search on the reference list of articles we found, and last we searched the paper included in the relevant review papers. We included papers that discussed improved eating habits. Technical papers which focus solely on eating detection were excluded. If multiple papers focused on theme design, only the first one were included. Finally, we got 62 papers. For parameter extraction, we first conducted a bottom-up iterative analysis on the literature and an open coding process to extract the factors. Then we use these factors to build a framework. We also asked three researchers to review the framework. Here is the framework. We separated it into theoretical consideration and practical considerations. In the theoretical perspective, it mainly contains various persuasive strategies. First strategy is feedback strategy, which means providing assessment of task performance to increase the frequency of desirable habits while also reducing the undesirable ones. Educational strategy is to facilitate information acquisition, which can lead to heightened awareness of eating. Due precise model mentions behavior is determined by an automatic and unintentional process or a deliberative and conscious one. Based on this theory, self-control strategy aims to avoid the automatic and impulsive process of eating unhealthy food. Advice and reminder strategy aims to raise the awareness of users' habits and motivate users to change. Monitoring strategy means tracking eating to raise the awareness. Social cognitive theory emphasizes that social factors combined with existing behaviors and personal cognition influence behavior outcomes. Based on this theory, based on this theory, social influence strategy leverages social context to improve people's eating. Individuals estimate the volume of food from food size, weight, and unit amount. Food estimate strategy leverages technologies to influence human perception of food. Goal setting strategy aims to provide suitable goals to motivate people to modify habits. As mentioned before, the second category of the framework is practical considerations, which mainly focused on the design factors on developing and deploying an intervention. The first design dimension in this category is technology modalities, which is the platform to deploy an intervention design. Researchers use game platform to deliver nutrition information. Some products developed applications to achieve a fast prototyping practice. Products also deployed interventions on website. Smart device here mainly means novel prototypes. Also, intervention could be deployed in the tableware. The last one is multimedia, used to deliver information. In the stage dimension, eating interventions could be classified into single-stage or multi-stage. Based on the trans-theoretical model, the behavior change involves multiple stages, including gaining awareness of behavior, changing the behavior, and maintain the new behavior. In the timing dimension, interventions could be separated into before meal, during meal, and after meal. In the frequency dimension, interventions could be separated to be designed for each meal or on a daily or weekly basis. In the social dimension, intervention could be separated to be solitary designed to a single individual or targeting a group of general population. Personalized intervention targets users individually based on their characteristics to improve effectiveness. Through using the framework, can we identify the gaps in the design space and categorize the current design directions? We developed a parallel coordinates plot to visualize the interrelatedness of the project reviewed. The first column is the number of the reference. The rest columns are the design dimensions. First, we found projects applied advice and reminder strategy to a single user in single stage process. The second trend is real-time intake monitoring. Another trend is educational gaming and websites. Next trend is real-time feedback, which apply feedback strategy during meal to create an in-situ effect. The projects of training for healthy eating could apply food estimation strategy or apply self-control strategy to single users. The interventions to promote healthy eating to a group, including social influence design via social media and family-based digital interventions to regulate family members' eating habits. Potential future directions and challenges include tailored solutions which are based on each individual's preference. A potential direction could be providing feedback for a group of people. One product in this trend using gaming platform. The other platforms are still missing. The infrequent use of the multiple precise design shows another potential direction. To explore the usage of the framework in contribution to real practice, a brainstorming design study with 7 designer participants was conducted. In the design session, the researcher explained the framework with the examples from the literature. Next, the participants were asked to design and draw ideas that could intervene with first a high food intake rate for faster eaters, and second unhealthy food consumption and low consumption of fruit and vegetables. Participants were informed that any detection technology they needed to achieve their design would be available. Finally, we surveyed their experience using the framework. The participants finally generated 22 novel ideas for technology-based eating intervention. To investigate this design, we created another parallel analysis to identify the patterns. Here, the first column is the design ID. D4-2 means the participants' fourth second design. We found the most frequently used strategy types were feedback and monitoring. In contrast, neither food estimation nor self-control strategy were employed. Most designs from the brainstorming session focused on modalities including application, smart device, and tableware. Interestingly, gamification and website modalities were not employed by participants. The experience of participants in using the design framework was explored qualitatively using the questionnaire. Participants valued the framework's usefulness. The importance of providing examples in design practice was also noted. The complexity issue of the framework also raised by 3 participants. We found there is a need to evaluate the quality of the interventions from the design study. The appearance of the design framework is complex at a glance. For the parallel plot, identification of trends is challenging and there is a lack of major trends. In the future, we could add interactive features and guidelines to the framework to help users to learn and use it. New design considerations and dimensions could be added to the framework. The generated design ideas could be evaluated in the future study. In this project, a wheel of digital intervention and persuasive technologies for eating habits were conducted based on a review of the related literature. a design framework for digital interventions was developed, which gives a top-down view of intervention design. To explore the utility of this framework, we really summarize the reviewed projects into parallel coordinates to probe current design trends. Finally, to show the feasibility of using our framework in practice, two design sessions on generating eating improvement design ideas were conducted. We thank all the participants in the studies, and we appreciate all the support from my lab member Kenny, whose review of this paper. This paper is funded by Network CRC Fund. Thanks so much for attending to my talk. The paper could be found at this DOI, and more detailed data could be found in our lab website.
Hi everyone! Today, Luann and I will talk to you about how tracking reminders should be designed to motivate user logging behaviors. So first, we are media effects researchers who study human AI interactions in various contexts, and we also study how users practice their self-presentation using communication technologies such as social media. So for today's presentation, we'll first walk you through our research questions, study method, followed by our exciting results, and the presentation with insightful design implications for tracking reminders. So nowadays, people track all sorts of behaviors, thoughts, and emotions using mobile apps and wearable devices. People track their behaviors to achieve goals, and these goals may center on changing their current status, such as gaining muscles, or receiving rewards, such as receiving a badge, or satisfying their curiosity with newer technologies. But when it comes to behavioral tracking, what is important is not the tracking itself, but continuous tracking. So continuous tracking of targeted information allows for a full-blown dataset from which people can find patterns to obtain better self-knowledge. And from this dataset, people can understand whether they're making a progress towards achieving their goal. They can also identify triggering factors for a particular behavior, and they can also plan for subsequent actions to address their behaviors. However, many people often forget to track their targeted behaviors, emotions, and thoughts. And this forgetfulness with continuous tracking can lead to a sparse dataset, which is not adequate to inform meaningful self-reflection. So to address this problem, researchers and designers have proposed two solutions. First, making tracking as autonomous as possible to ease the burden of manual logging. And second, sending reminders to nudge people to log their behaviors. And the assumption is that tracking reminders can effectively cue people to log, with which they are given a certain degree of freedom, such that they can decide on the timing and the frequency of and the type of reminders to receive. And among these two solutions, in this paper, we would like to focus your attention to the second one. So past research indicates that these reminders are very effective in motivating people to enter their target information. And in these studies, researchers have conducted experiments where they exposed half of participants to receive reminders to log various behaviors and thoughts, versus another half of participants to not receive the same reminders. And their results suggest that tracking reminders can serve as a very powerful memory and self-reflectional cues to motivate participants to track their everyday behaviors. And these past studies, they clearly demonstrate that tracking reminders can motivate people to log. However, these studies only tell us about the effectiveness of a tracking reminder's functional attributes as opposed to message attributes. So when it comes to tracking reminders, there are several components to these reminders. So while functional attributes pertain to a reminder's functional aspects, such as the time and the sound of a reminder, as well as the type of a reminder, such as a reminder for water intake, message attributes focus more on the framing of a reminder's content, such as the formality of words and valence, as well as the style, such as the type of punctuation marks used, as well as the use of emoji. And this is where our two studies come in. In two studies, we examined what message attributes in tracking reminders can best nudge people to log their targeted information on tracking devices. And we conducted two studies. In study 1, we examined the message attributes found in popular existing tracking apps. And in study 2, we examined what kind of message attributes are desired by people so that we can uncover new attributes that are not currently present in existing tracking reminders. So more formally, we posed two research questions. Research question 1, what message attributes in tracking reminders of popular tracking apps do people like? And research question 2, what message attributes do people want to see in tracking reminders? So let us now walk you through our study 1 first. So for study 1, we recruited a total of 135 participants who are situated in the United States using the online platform called Amazon Mechanical Turk. MTurk has shown to provide valid results for user psychology research on fitness tracking behaviors. So in this sample, we found that 98 participants were using fitness tracking apps in their daily life, and 52 participants have been using them for more than 1 year. So here is what we ask our study participants to do in study 1. First, they walked through this tutorial that demonstrated how fitness app worked in general. The tutorial first showed them how a typical user can set weight and nutritional goals in a fitness app. And the tutorial next talked about how a fitness app allows users to log their meal and exercise information, and participants saw screenshots of a user logging their breakfast and exercise information. Next, the tutorial emphasized that logging information was important so that an app user can monitor how their body changes over time. And lastly, the tutorial explained that a fitness app typically sends its users with tracking reminders so that users do not forget to enter their targeted information. After the tutorial, we instructed participants to imagine themselves as a user of this fictitious app called FitLife. And we further instructed them that they would actually see the reminders from this app. So participants, they were randomly assigned to review reminders related to one of the 5 categories. Reminders for breakfast, lunch, dinner, exercise and snack, or reminders for general meal and water. And each category had about 6 to 7 reminders. And we sampled these reminders from popular fitness apps that are currently available, including MyPlate, Lose It, MyFitnessPal, LifeSum, Yazoo, and Carb Manager. And after seeing their assigned reminders, participants indicated how persuasive a reminder was, how motivational a reminder was, as well as how likely they would like to log their assigned behaviors after seeing a reminder. In addition, they also provided their responses to this one open-ended question, which asked them to explain whether a given reminder would encourage them to log their assigned behaviors. So overall, we had both qualitative and quantitative measurements. So here is how we approached our data analysis. So for our quantitative measurements, we performed repeated measures of analysis of variance, which is suitable for contrasting multiple within subject responses. And this approach was done so that we can identify the most and least effective reminders for each category. And after identifying the most and the least effective reminders in each category based on our ANOVA results, we further carried out thematic analysis to understand why participants favored or not favored those reminders. So now, let us now walk you through our findings. So when it comes to breakfast reminders, we found that reminder 1, 2, and 7, reminders 1, 2, 3 were rated higher on all 3 quantitative measurements compared to other reminders. And inspecting participants' responses as to why they like these reminders, we found that they liked them because these reminders were straightforward, they are very encouraging, and very goal-specific. When it comes to lunch reminders, we found that reminder 3 was rated higher on all 3 quantitative measurements compared to other reminders. And participants liked reminder number 3 because it mentioned a specific end goal of logging, the message attribute that was also observed for breakfast reminders. When it comes to dinner reminders, we found that reminder 9 was rated higher on 3 measures compared to other reminders. And our participants indicated that they liked this reminder because it was encouraging and positive. For exercise and snack reminders, we found that reminders 1, 5, 8 were liked the best. And participants liked them because these reminders use emoji and these reminders were very friendly. And most participants actually mentioned their love for an exclamation point and emoji in these reminders because they were just more attractive with visual images and they were just very cheerful. And when it comes to meal and water reminders, we found that the most effective reminders were number 3, 4, 9. And participants liked the presence of cute emoji and expressed that the visual reminder will be helpful for tracking progress. And when it comes to reminder 9, several participants liked its use of funny rhyme in a joking manner and isn't too serious or boring. So in response to our research question 1, we found that participants like reminders that were straight to the point and that specified the end goal of tracking. And in some cases, the use of emoji was considered as a bonus icing on the cake, as it made a reminder visually appealing. And some participants also expressed a preference for reminders that were friendly and encouraging. So for study 2, we decided to explore further if there were any important message attributes missing in existing tracking reminders. So we will now walk you through study 2, where participants designed their own motivational tracking reminders. So for this study, we recruited a total of 100 participants through Amazon Mechanical Turk. And our study 2 procedure was really straightforward. Participants were randomly assigned to create a reminder for one of the 5 categories: breakfast, lunch, dinner, exercise, and weight. And we asked participants to imagine their fitness goal was to gain muscle by eating more greens and exercising 4 times a week. We further instructed them to design a reminder that would motivate them to log their relevant information and explain why their reminder would motivate them to log. And as seen on this slide, we presented participants with a lock screen template with an empty reminder box to help them visualize better their self-created reminder. And we also provided participants with a set of emoji and instructed them to use emoji if they wanted. And our analytic approach was also very straightforward, where we conducted thematic analysis on participants' answers as to why they created their reminder in that particular way. So when it comes to breakfast, lunch, dinner reminders, we actually found 6 emerging themes from our participants' open-ended response: goal specificity, encouragement, personalization, simplicity, humor, and friend-like. And I will walk you through each of these themes. And our first theme is goal specificity. Most participants create a reminder that addresses their specific goal. And one reminder read, "Logging in your lunch brings you 1 step forward to your goal. Would you like to record now?" And the participant explained, "The thought of me getting closer to my goal would motivate me to log in my lunch." And some participants conveyed their specific end goal using emoji. So for instance, as you can see from the last reminder, one participant created a reminder that reads, "You forgot to log your breakfast. Swipe right to do it now," with a muscle emoji. And in this reminder, a muscled arm emoji represented their assigned fitness goal of gaining muscle. And our second theme was humor. A few participants, they create a humorous and funny reminder. And for instance, one participant created a reminder that read, "What did you have for breakfast, hostback? Better tell me all the gory details now before I tell the food police." To which they simply explained, "It would be funny." And our third and fourth themes are friend-like and encouragement. Our participants indicated that they wanted to see a reminder that looked much like text from their friends, and they also wanted reminders that encouraged them on their progress. And we also found our last 2 themes are personalization and simplicity. A few participants, they created a reminder that was personalized to their situation. So for instance, one participant created a reminder which just had emoji representing what they typically ate for breakfast. And a few participants also created a reminder that was just very simple and straightforward. And these reminders look very much like currently available reminders in the current market. Moving on to exercise and water reminders, we found 3 emerging themes. Majority of our participants like reminders. Again, they're very friend-like, encouraging, and reminders that were very positive. So in sum, in response to our research question 2, across different behaviors, we found that participants like reminders. They were very goal-specific, positive, encouraging, humorous, and personalized and very friend-like. So across our 2 studies, we contribute to an understanding of message attributes that make tracking reminders effective in motivating people to log. And thank you so much for listening to our presentation, and please share us your thoughts and feedback on our 2 studies.
Hello, I am Tom Ongwere, and I'm here to present our work, design, and care of discordant chronic comorbidities, a comparison of healthcare providers' perspectives. I represent my co-authors, Gabi, James, Patrick, and Kay Conley. So I would like to give a quick, brief context on the impact of multiple chronic conditions. Globally, approximately 3 in 4 adults suffer from multiple chronic conditions. In the US alone, 1 in 4 people have multiple chronic conditions, and such conditions are on a rise among old adults. This increase exerts pressure on healthcare system, which is even made worse by discordant chronic comorbidities. Discordant chronic comorbidities, which I abbreviate as DCCs, are situations in which a patient has multiple and often unrelated chronic illnesses. DCCs need to be addressed concurrently, yet they are associated with conflicting treatment instruction. Take, for example, type 2 diabetes, arthritis, and depression. Arthritis and depression are discordant to type 2 diabetes because they portray both physical and mental limitations to the care of type 2 diabetes. So this conflict that they portray often cause providers to struggle in determining what is right for their patient. For them to ensure effective and adequate quality of life of their patients, healthcare providers constantly adjust patients' healthcare plans. They also continuously discuss these treatment options with patients and their other healthcare professionals. However, several factors frustrate the coordination of this process, including healthcare providers' rigid workflow, inadequate communication, disease interaction, and high treatment costs. To the best of our knowledge, the current healthcare systems are not fully equipped to simultaneously facilitate these activities. So we conducted a series of studies to understand the impact of DCCs on patients. So today's paper, we are reporting the results from a 2-part study with healthcare providers, an interview study and a focus group study. The interview study aimed to gain a deeper understanding of healthcare providers' perspectives on DCC patient care. 8 participants participated in the study. So for the focus groups, we conducted 2 sessions with in each session 3 to 4 participants participated in it, and these participants are healthcare providers. So the focus group study focused on thoroughly exploring the themes that emerged during the interview study. In that end, we identified and brainstormed strategies that can be used to address concerns that healthcare providers outlined in the interview study. So the focus group also revolved around brainstorming, design ideas, and opportunities to effectively support complex care of DCCs. After we finished the 2 studies, we used a thematic analysis and affinity diagramming to analyze the interviews and focus group data. We systematically segmented the data and broke the audio transcripts into exemplary quotes, each of which contained a key semantic point. Our team of 3 researchers inductively organized these quotes into new categories to identify major themes. We iterated on the codebook until we reached a satisfactory inter-rater reliability of 0.78 and 0.82 for interviews and focus groups, respectively. We had the following 6 major results from our studies, but due to the time, I'm going to discuss 3 of them. Please see the paper for more detailed account of our results. First item that I'm going to discuss today is the fact that the current healthcare system requires healthcare providers to attend to different patients every 15 minutes, often does not accommodate healthcare providers' rigid workflow, and this has become a barrier to DCC's care and support. In fact, in our study, we saw that providers are not given extra time with the patients with DCCs. They are actually expected to spend the same amount of time to examine a patient with DCCs as they do for a patient with single chronic conditions. This makes it impossible for them to thoroughly address all multiple concerns and the needs that patients with DCCs present. So also because of this rigid time that they have, we saw healthcare providers arguing that for this, the healthcare system is failing its patients. So another aspect that we saw in our results was disease and drug interactions make prioritization difficult. Given the continuous disease and drug interactions associated with the DCCs, the challenge of supporting complex treatment plans was a popular topic. Providers complained about drug interactions worsening patients' health. These interactions often have adverse effects in DCC patients, causing patients to experience dramatic disease changes and severe symptoms. The healthcare providers acknowledge the point that the constant changing conditions do not only make providers' job more difficult, but significantly burdens their patients. These interactions also interfere with the provider's ability to effectively observe and decide on the most effective treatments for their patients. So we also looked at providers having varying treatment preferences to be complicating a treatment of DCCs. In fact, providers believe that most of their colleagues treat patients according to their specialty, experience, and background. And this results in them paying attention to particular symptoms and disease cues when making treatment decisions. So one of the key aspects that we saw in our study was in relation to when a patient presents both arthritis and depression symptoms. One provider believes that a physical limitation takes a precedence. On another hand, another provider felt that mental issues must be addressed first. So the providers felt that the area of expertise that they are addressing is the most critical to address first, and thus wanted to prioritize their own treatment plans. So we conducted a comparative study comparing patients' perspectives with healthcare providers' perspectives on the challenges of caring for diseases. We had the following 4 major comparisons to make, but due to time, I'm going to discuss 3 of them. Please see the paper for more detailed account of these comparisons. So one item that we compared that came up in both patients and healthcare providers study is inadequate communication. However, in our comparison, we saw a difference in opinions regarding whether patients agree or refuse to share the medical histories. In the provider study, we saw that most patients, we saw reports that most patients do not want to share all their medical information. If they did share, they altered or omitted some details of their medical histories. While in a patient's paper, we saw patients claiming that they were willing to share their records freely. For those that did not fully share this, they were selective. They selectively shared their records because they feared judgment by their providers or losing their insurance. And others felt providers could not be interested in certain aspects of their health. So also in a patient's paper, we saw that most patients were actively engaged in finding creative ways to share their records with their multiple healthcare providers. Most especially, the patients that were actively doing this were those that struggled to remember clinical terms and procedures used. Some of them carried their medication lists, showing all their treatment histories every time they go to various doctors' office. However, this practice, we saw that this practice in a provider's interview frustrated providers because when patients shared these long lists, they did not want, they did not like it when patients shared long lists during office visits. Another aspect that we compared was prioritizing DCC care burdens. We see a consensus in why prioritization of DCC care is challenged and how patients are being asked to do multiple treatment plans which often are conflicting. One of the items that we saw was both providers and patients say that healthcare providers having varying preferences creates conflict. These conflicts makes patients become overwhelmed with the treatment plans. Another aspect that we saw was provider and patients agree that there is drug interaction complicating the prioritization process and DCC care. So another item that came up in both of these studies that we compared was the impact of a patient support network. So providers and patients disagree on whether patient support network provides detrimental information. The providers, healthcare providers, were critical on how patients use the information that they received from their support network, while the patients believed that their support network frequently provided social support, emotional support, and other DCC care strategies that were difficult to find somewhere. So we used this to come up with a design implications for the care and support of DCCs. We had 4 following major design directions. However, because of time, I'm going to discuss 2 of them. Please see the paper for more detailed account. One aspect that we would like to discuss today is supporting patient participatory decision-making and prioritization process. One of the major concerns that we saw in both papers, in both studies, in both patients and providers is prioritization. Tools need to be designed to not only help patients and providers prioritize, but also incorporate multiple delivery strategies. For example, these tools need to allow patients to choose a course of action and implement that action, while identifying which action should be evaluated by what healthcare provider or support. If an action is flagged for review, provider should be able to evaluate the course of action and give recommendations. These tools should be designed to do that. Another set of suggestions that we recommend is building trust becomes a key in care of this disease. As noted earlier, patients selectively share the information for fear of judgment by their providers or losing the insurance. Designers should identify specific consequences that patients fear and design tools to bring into awareness what law requires physicians to report and what is protected by doctor-patient confidentiality. These tools must make it explicitly clear and avoid prompting patients to share information that may lead to future consequences. I would like to thank again my co-authors for their extreme amazing support through the writing process and all the research. Thank you very much. I look forward to having a constructive discussion with you all during the conference. Bye bye.
Hi everyone, my name is Vish Ramesh, and today I'll be discussing the paper Assessing Clinicians' Reliance on Computational Aids for Acute Stroke Diagnosis. Any kind of technology tends to build reliance and blind trust, but in healthcare it's particularly concerning. Clinicians have been found to not be able to work efficiently without computerized systems integrated into their clinical workflows. They often had false expectations about the accuracy of the information presented to them by such systems, as well as how these systems arrived at that information. These false expectations often had negative impacts in the decision-making process of clinicians, which of course ultimately would potentially harm patient care. These negative impacts are often ignored when developing clinical decision support systems. It was certainly not something that we thought about initially in our own efforts to develop a clinical decision support system for acute stroke diagnosis. It came up when we were talking to neurologists about how to convey the information that our machine learning based models would output to neurologists and what they looked for in a user interface for an AI based support system. Our system that is currently in development uses several machine learning models to identify different stroke symptoms to assist neurologists in making stroke diagnosis accurately and quickly. So as part of our user interface focus group, we spoke with 10 clinicians working at the UCSD Stroke Center, including registered nurses, medical residents, and experienced neurologists. Participants were asked to, one, outline their concerns about the introduction of such an AI-based diagnostic technology into their clinic. Two, to identify gaps in the information that was typically available to them. And three, to list any kind of information that they would find valuable for making acute diagnoses. In this conversation, our neurologist collaborators emphasized that they felt that concerned that practitioners outside of the field of neurology, like emergency medical services personnel, and less experienced neurologists like residents, may become over-dependent on any kind of technological aid for stroke diagnosis, ignoring their own assessments. Motivated strongly by this concern, we decided to better understand clinician reliance on software that was designed to improve their decision-making for acute stroke. So as I mentioned, the focus group was done in part to identify how best to present information from our machine learning models to clinicians, and we ran through several prototypes. These user interface prototypes typically try to emphasize the predictions the model made, the symptoms that it detected, and as well as the different features that it tracked. We iteratively developed several user interface prototypes until we arrived at the one that we used and discussed in this study. This user interface prototype is, of course, designed to showcase the deficits from our machine learning models and our backend system for aiding acute stroke diagnosis. It also included video footage of stroke patients that we recorded These stroke patients were undergoing a stroke exam from an in-person neurologist, and we recorded them as they were going through the exam with the Microsoft Kinect V2 depth camera. The user interface has two key other elements. It has the skeleton of body deficits. Essentially, the different severities that the system identified would be conveyed to the user through color, a 3-color scale from red for most severe symptoms, yellow for moderately severe symptoms, and green for no symptoms or an otherwise healthy body area. The skeleton was divided up into 11 different areas, and deficits associated with that area determined what color that particular area was shaded. So for example, you see here that because this patient has motor deficits of the left leg is colored in yellow. The second part of this user interface that was key was this graph of joint positions. So the Microsoft Kinect V2 gives us the 3D XYZ coordinate positions of 26 different body joints in this patient. We gave the option to the user to be able to plot either the horizontal X position of these joints, the vertical Y position of these joints, or the depth position, essentially how far away that joint was from the camera, the Z coordinate position, over the duration of the NIHSS or of this stroke exam, called the NIHSS, but I'll discuss that later. So in order to design an experiment to measure reliance, we were motivated by the concept of telestroke. In stroke telemedicine, stroke specialists can diagnose a potential stroke case occurring in another location by calling in with a video conferencing software. Typically, stroke specialists coordinate with a nurse or a member of emergency medicine staff on site who does the actual in-person assessment of the patient, with the stroke specialist remotely guiding. Stroke diagnosis via telemedicine or telestroke has been shown to be about as effective as diagnosis with an in-person neurologist, especially when the remote stroke specialist has access to any kind of imaging. So for us, in the first part of the experiment that we designed, we essentially asked participants to do a video-based stroke assessment. They saw video footage that we recorded of patients undergoing a stroke exam called the National Institute of Health Stroke Scale, or the NIHSS. The NIHSS consists of a set of tests designed to score the different motor and cognitive stroke symptoms that a patient may be presenting with. So for example, here you see the in-person neurologist doing a finger to nose test to assess dysmetria or dyssynergia in the stroke patient. We asked experiment participants to look at this video and, to the best of their ability, to fill out a drop-down version of the NIHSS. Participants were also asked to rate their confidence in their ability to make an accurate video-based stroke assessment. In the second part of the experiment, participants were shown this prototype UI that I detailed earlier, listing predicted deficits. So the clinical decision support system for acute stroke that we're developing is still in development. So instead of showing the predictions from our models, we showed the scores from the neurologists conducting the in-person NIHSS exam. So these deficits and NIHSS scores came directly from the in-person physician doing the exam. And again, not from our system, which is still currently in development. Participants were given the option to change the scores from the first part of this experiment after seeing this user interface prototype. Once again, they were also asked to rate their confidence in the symptoms that they identified, as well as the severities that they noted. We recruited 6 participants, each of whom evaluated 7 stroke patients. Now, for a random 3 out of these 7, we manipulated the symptoms identified by the in-person neurologist, as well as the associated NIHSS scores. So for example, for patient 2, the in-person neurologist scored a motor deficit in the patient's left arm with a 3. We changed that score from a 3 to a 1, which was shown for patient 2 in the user interface. we did something similar for patients 3 and 6. For patient 3, we randomly changed the NIHSS scores given to us by the in-person neurologist to something else that was then shown to experiment participants. For patient 6, we actually listed a symptom even though the patient was otherwise healthy, an unidentified deficit. This table summarizes the results from our experiment. The symptoms that the participants identified in the first part of the exam from just video, as well as the second part of the exam after seeing the user interface, are shown here. We also showed the NIHSS scores that the participants noted in the drop-down menu. In addition, on the left here, we have the symptoms that the patient actually presented with from the NIHSS exam, symptoms that were identified from the NIHSS exam conducted by the in-person neurologist. So for example, consider participant 1 and patient 3. Participant 1 identified a motor symptom in patient 3's left leg only after seeing the user interface. After seeing the UI, participant 1 not only made note of this motor issue, but also caught an error that they made in the first part. The symptom that they initially identified in the patient's right arm, this motor arm right, was actually switched to a motor deficit in the patient's left arm, or motor arm left. Note, however, that in the first part, participant 1 identified several symptoms that patient 3 did not present with, such as facial palsy and limb ataxia. Participant 1 kept these symptoms in the second part, even though the user interface did not have them listed. The user interface helped participant 1 align their assessment for patient 3 closer to that of the in-person neurologist. The UI therefore affected participant 1's diagnosis for patient 3, but only partially, since participant 1 did not remove the symptoms after seeing the user interface. Note also that patient 3's information was manipulated. Patients 2, 3, and 6, the manipulated patients, are highlighted in blue. At first glance, it would seem that participant 1 was affected by a manipulation since the UI swayed their assessment for patient 3. However, participant 1 made a note of this, that they suspected patient 3's NIHSS scores in the user interface was too high by looking at footage of the patient lifting her left leg against gravity. Essentially, they were able to correctly identify subtle manipulations. Note that patients or participants were given the option to write down miscellaneous notes that they had for when making their assessments in the experiment UI. So as with participant 1, participant 2 also caught an error after seeing the UI. Participant 2 initially and erroneously thought patient 1 did not have motor symptoms, but changed their assessment to incorporate the scores presented to them in the UI. Interestingly, participant 1 initially scored a deficit in patient 5 that they then removed after seeing the UI, ultimately giving patient 5 a healthy diagnosis, which was correct. Participant 2's changes would seem to indicate that the user interface helped the participant correct themselves, both for patients 1 and 5. Therefore, participant 2 seemed to have been affected by the UI. We can do the same analysis for the remaining 3 participants of the study, but rather than doing that, I will summarize the information presented here in a smaller table. This table shows the changes that participants made after the prototype UI was shown to them, as I detailed for the prior table. In addition to that, it shows the difference in confidence of participants between the first part of the experiment and the second part, and it also identifies whether participants also shows whether participants identified that the UI was incorrect or not. This was a question that was asked to them for every patient that they assessed. So consider for patient 1, participant 2's confidence decreased by 1 from 6 out of 7 to 5 out of 7. For patient 5, participant 2's confidence actually increased by 1 from 5 to 6. Participant 2's decision-making process was especially impacted by the data displayed in the UI, as we discussed earlier. The fact that their confidence decreased for patient 1 after seeing the UI and increased for patient 5 when the UI helped them fix their initial incorrect assessment would seem to support that idea. Participant 1 and others like participant 4 seem to be able to incorporate the results shown in the UI into their decision making without letting the technological aid dominate their thinking, in contrast to participant 2. This table also shows the responses of participants when they were asked about the accuracy of the results shown on the prototype UI. Of particular interest are the manipulated patients, patients 2, 3, and 6 in blue. While the results and data shown in the user interface for healthy patient 5 were deemed accurate by all participants, they unanimously distrusted the manipulated results shown for patient 6. The belief in accuracy of the displayed results for patients 2 and 3 were more mixed. So to summarize our conclusions, we essentially studied the system's effects on participants' confidence in their video-based assessments and made a note of any kind of changes they made between the first part of the exam and the second part. We also checked whether or not the participants caught any kind of the errors that we deliberately introduced into the user interface, our manipulations. We conclude that clinicians seemed inclined to change their diagnosis, but only when the system definitively confirmed or denied a previously held low confidence belief. This is a conclusion supported by other work that showed that clinicians tended to trust a machine learning based assessment system if the system's predictions conformed to their expectations. Now, in one of these other studies, they showed that clinicians would rely on the system's predictions even if the system was incorrect. So that was a concern for us. But the fact that clinicians seem to be able to catch significant error in the user interface was promising. This would seem to indicate that clinicians, even though they did not catch, some of them did not catch the subtle symptoms, they did not seem to blindly accept the technological aid's results, especially if the results were obviously incorrect, as was the case for patient 6. This is an important conclusion because an AI-based system that is always correct is very difficult to develop, and it's important to balance human assessments with the model predictions of the system. Now, there were several limitations with the study. The study represented our earlier efforts to understand how stroke clinicians would be impacted by an AI-based computational aid. As such, the biggest limitation is a small participant pool of 6. To be able to make more concrete generalizable conclusions, a larger cohort of participants is required. Diversity in this participant pool would also be important. Unfortunately, we had a fairly homogeneous set of participants in our experiment. Our manipulations may have had a more significant effect on those with less experience with the NIHSS. So we're in our ongoing studies with a higher fidelity prototype, we're targeting a broader audience consisting of non-stroke specialists, as well as stroke specialists who aren't affiliated with the UCSD Stroke Center. In addition to, once again, monitoring their changes in their confidence and the changes that they made to the symptoms that they identified in response to seeing the user interface, we're measuring time to task or diagnose. Time to make a diagnosis is very important in acute stroke diagnosis. So we wanted to see if this user interface prototype would help them make decisions faster than if they were to just do a routine telestroke examination. And that concludes my talk. These are my references, and thank you for listening. If you have any additional questions or any questions, please feel free to email me at vramesh@eng.ucsd.edu. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ankit and I'm a student at Simon Fraser University in Canada. Today I would like to present to you our research that we did with using physical activity data from fitness trackers during physiotherapist and arthritis patient conversations. So let me start with some context. So if you look at research from previous years in the medical sciences, research has shown that physical activity can reduce pain and fatigue, it can improve mobility, and overall quality of life can be improved with physical activity. However, if physical activity is overdone, it can increase pain and swelling, which can result in decrease in physical activity. So, for people who have arthritis, it is required that they maintain their physical activity within certain physical activity levels. Researchers have also used physical activity tracking devices in these physical activity interventions. Early researchers used, or early studies used, pedometers, which count the number of steps that a patient takes during the day. Uh, Later on, with the advent of fitness trackers such as Fitbit or Jawbone, researchers have also looked into using fitness tracker devices uh, during these physical activity interventions. A difference between pedometers and fitness trackers such as Fitbit is that fitness trackers also track the intensity of physical activity, which the pedometers did not. And this information can be useful when you want to see whether patients are performing moderate to vigorous levels of physical activity for a given period of time. Let's talk a little bit about the fitness trackers that are available in the market today and their design. So if you look at the design of most of these fitness trackers, they are typically designed for individuals who would not generally have any mobility impairments. The idea is more is better. So the more physical activity that you do, the higher your reward, or higher your virtual reward in these devices or their apps. However, this model does not work for patients who have arthritis or any other sort of mobility impairments. The idea more is better does not always work for them because, for example, in case of arthritis patients, uh, doing too much exercise can actually be harmful for their health. And the physical activity ability actually differs quite widely from patient to patient. And therefore, the matrix provided by these devices by default is not suitable for them. And so, uh, now that we have some context, I can talk about what FitWiz is. So, we created FitWiz with a few goals. The first goal was to be able to provide objective measurement of what we call bouts and non-sedentary hours for patients and clinicians. I'll talk about what bouts are in a minute. We also wanted to facilitate a data-driven communication between patients and arthritis patients. And finally, we wanted uh, to be able to support patients and physiotherapists so that the physical activity goals or any kind of goal setting that they do can be personalized based on their physical activity abilities. So on the right, what you see is a very high level overview of what the application looks like. So it consists of uh, a physical activity planning component where the patients and clinicians would work together to find a physical activity plan which suits the needs of the patient. The patient wears their Fitbit device on their wrist, and we collect their Fitbit data using the Fitbit's web API. So the data extraction algorithm component that you see on the diagram is basically what takes the physical activity plan and the fitness data from the Fitbit devices and then uh, creates personalized visualizations or personalized detection of bouts and non-sedentary hours for the patients. What you see now is the visualization that we generate based on the physical activity plan and the patient's physical activity data. So the green bars that you see on the visualization uh, are what we call as bouts. So these are sessions of physical activity which the patient has performed with a minimum recommended intensity for a minimum recommended duration. Uh, on these green bars, we also indicate when we think that the patient has overdone their physical activity. So the heat lines on the top that you see, those are to indicate that the intensity with which the physical activity session was done was too high. Next, we have these sweat drops, which indicate to the patient and the physiotherapist that the duration of this bout was too long. And then finally, we visualize a spring between two physical activity sessions using a zigzag line here. That is to convey that the two sessions of physical activity took place too close to each other. In other words, the patient did not take a sufficient break between those two physical activity sessions. Finally, on the bottom, what we have is their sleep visualization and these walking icons which tell whether the patient was non-sedentary during a given hour. Apart from the visualization, we also have some goals visualized on the right hand side. So first you have activity session target, which is basically the total number of bouts that the patient is expected to perform in a day. The second is non-sitting hour target. So the clinicians and patients would set a target of non-sedentary hours. So in this case, they wanted the patient to be non-sedentary for at least 6 hours in a day. And then finally, they have the steps goal, which is the same as what they would see on their Fitbit devices or their apps. Additionally, there is a little date selector and some basic filtering if you want it, if the user wants to filter out certain visualizations out or certain components out of the visualization. So now let's talk about the physical activity planning or the goal setting piece. So for a physiotherapist, what they see on their when they log into the application is this physical activity plan for any given patient. And what this allows them to do is set 8 different parameters which correspond to different aspects of the physical activity. And as they move these sliders which would change these parameters, they can see how the visualization would change for a given patient. And this is how the patients and physiotherapists would set goals by looking at what parameters would make sense for them so that they don't end up overdoing or underdoing physical activity. So let me come to the study protocol now. So we had 20 arthritis patients, 10 of whom had rheumatoid arthritis, and the other 10 had osteoarthritis. And these 20 patients were supported by 7 physiotherapists. So the study began with an initial orientation and goal setting session where the patients were introduced to the idea of bouts and non-sedentary hours and why they are important, followed by an initial goal setting session where a physiotherapist looked at their last 7 days of data and set certain goals for them. This was followed by a 1-month study where patients wore their Fitbit devices and they had, during this duration, they had 2 phone consultations. So every 2 weeks, they received a phone call from their physiotherapist, where the patient and the physiotherapist looked at the data together to review their performance over the last 2 weeks, and if the current goals were working for the patients. They also looked at how they also looked at the patterns of physical activity and how these patients can incorporate more physical activity into their daily life to meet their physical activity goals without causing them too much pain. Uh, at the end of the 1 month period, the patients and the physiotherapists were interviewed. Uh, the interviews with the patients have been analyzed and have been published previously. In this paper or in this talk, I'll be talking about our analysis of the interviews with the physiotherapists. So after we analyzed the interviews with the physiotherapists, we found 3 major themes. The first theme that we found was around the use of objective data to enhance patient-physiotherapist communication. So the physiotherapist reported uh, 2 ways in which the physiotherapist communication with the patient has changed, or they observed changed, when they compared it to their conversations outside the study. The first thing that happened was that the communication became patient driven. So instead of being directive, where the physiotherapist tells the patient what activities to do without taking into account their current lifestyle, the presence of data allowed the physiotherapists to have conversations around what the patients expected, uh, or the kinds of activities that the patients expected to do. The second thing that happened was that the communication became personalized. So if the physiotherapists don't have any data, then what they can do is give general guidance or general advice and recommend specific exercises. Now that they had the data, they were looking at the existing physical activity patterns of the patient and provide guidance around ways to increase physical activity using activities that they were already doing. So in that sense, the guidance that the patients were now getting from their physiotherapists was personalized. The second theme that we discovered was around goal setting. So the physiotherapist reported that their goal setting with their patients became now data driven, just by the fact that now they had the data to set their goals. In absence of data, they have to rely on subjective feedback from the patients, uh, their recollection of how much activity they have done in the last 2 weeks or a month. Instead of relying on that, they can now look at the actual data, which meant that any communication that they had around goal setting was based on the performance of the patient. The goals were now also realistic because uh, the physiotherapists were able to take into account how the patient was performing with respect to their previous goals, and often they found that the initial goals, the first goals that they set on day one of the study, were often not ideal. Uh, However, since they had the data, it allowed them to iterate over these goals every 2 weeks until they can get until they can refine the goals uh, to suit what the patient was able to do and was able to kind of meet uh, without too much trouble. Finally, uh, we also found a theme where physiotherapists expressed that their patients were feeling guilty when they were not able to meet 100% of their goals. So this combination of objective data plus perceived commitment to their physiotherapists created a sense of accountability. So now that the patients had their data in front of them, uh, they were able to see how much physical activity they were actually doing and measure their performance with respect to the goals that they had set. Now, since they set the goals with their physiotherapists, uh, there was a sense of accountability, and if when they were not able to achieve those goals, it caused a feeling of guilt, which the physiotherapists observed. And when they observed this, several of the physiotherapists reported that they uh, provided motivational support to their patients, and allowed them or encourage them to realize that even if they make partial progress towards their goals, that's a positive thing and they should not feel bad about it. But that is something that we observed even in patient interviews, and so we think this is something that is a cause for concern when using physical activity data from fitness devices in health settings. And I think that kind of presents us with a challenge and an opportunity as researchers and designers to think of ways in which we can alleviate this guilt. So a quick summary about our work. So we found that the data the default format in which the data is presented by the most consumer level fitness trackers is not suitable for patients with mobility issues. The use of objective data supports patient physiotherapist communication in new ways, but it also has a risk of inducing negative feelings of guilt among those patients. And finally, the successful use of these devices for managing physical activity requires that the information provided these devices can be personalized. So that's something that we think that we can take into account in our future work, and other researchers can take into account in their future work as well. That's it from me. Thank you. If you have any questions, please email me at aga53@sfu.ca. Looking forward to hear from you guys. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Ben John. I'm a PhD student at Indiana University, and I've done some great work with some excellent co-authors that I'll be talking about today, titled Exploring the Use of Electronics to Customize Pervasive Health Technologies with Older Adult Crafters. So, as the worldwide population ages, researchers have been designing pervasive health technologies for older adults. These include things like comprehensive home notification systems, medication adherence systems, rehab exergames, wearables. But with these come some challenges. Things like, despite designing these technologies specifically for older adults aren't using them, or at least, they may try them and end up abandoning them. We also know that for these technologies, older adults really need to see the value that they bring, because if they aren't seeing that value, then they aren't as likely to adopt them either. Additionally, we also know that one size of technology doesn't fit all older adults. So older adults are a very diverse group in terms of interests, skills, those types of things. So kind of building on this, then we saw an opportunity to focus on customization. So folks like Lennon et al. Were creating these multimodal reminder systems for older adults, and they noticed that older adults really value technology they can personalize and contextualize to themselves. So, and kind of then, looking at customization then, when we thought about who we might want to work with, we thought about older adult crafters as being ideal participants here. They're already customizing things through their craft. They have an ideal skill set of working with their hands and kind of creating and making things. And we also know that with crafting in particular, it's really been a great bridge to introducing people to maker electronics. So we've seen that through projects like LilyPad Arduino. So overall then, our goal here was to explore supporting autodot crafters to customize technology for themselves by exploring maker technology. And so a couple things we're going to touch on today, things like the contributions. We'll talk more about the survey and sort of how the survey was meant to understand older adults, their practices, and how to customize pervasive health technologies. We'll also talk then about the participatory design workshop that we ran, where we really explored maker technology and how they might use it, including some great hands-on activities. And we'll certainly end with some discussion to focus on what this means for pervasive health. So for those contributions, there were three main ones. The first being that we wanted to understand older crafters' practices, because then once we understand their practices, we can build on those practices to support them in customizing technology with maker electronics. From there, kind of having done this, then we can advance the future of pervasive health technology and move the field forward. So let's start looking at the survey then. So first, we learned more about crafters and started drawing some connections to customizing technologies. So there were three main parts to this survey. So the first was crafting habits and looking at what they're doing with their craft, how they're doing it, those types of things. Their interest in technology, and then also looking at kind of their interest in health as an area. So in terms of participants, we had 42 older adult crafters participate. They had to be at least 65 and self-identify as a crafter. Most identified as women, and most were fiber artists. So they were people who, sewers, knitters, quilters. The non-fiber artist folks were people like potters, painters, carvers, and jewelry makers. And then about half of the participants we recruited were online, and the other half were in person. So in terms of their crafting habits then, we looked first at their motivation. And so they were really motivated to craft by both the joy of creating and the joy of giving it away. And so their top three reasons were for fun, creating gifts for others, as well as creating gifts for themselves. So in terms of learning then, we asked them how they learned something new for their craft. And so we got some most common responses then were things like online sources and people were the places that they were often going. So for their technology interests, we found that most older adults owned computers and were really comfortable in using them. In terms of commercial pervasive health technologies, they didn't really have much experience. And so we had asked them about things like, do they use electronic medical devices, medical emergency alerts, medication dispensing systems, and smart home technologies, and so there really wasn't much use there. But kind of, connecting technology to their craft, we found that most had used computers and internet as a part of their craft, as you kind of see here in this photo. A quarter of them, though, didn't use anything with their craft. We also then gave them these two examples of integrating maker technology into a craft. So this is like a bag with some LEDs in it, and this is a quilt with an accelerometer, some LEDs that kind of, the lights turn off and on based on some movement. And so the thing we found here was that 2/3 weren't interested in these maker technologies, which surprised us because when we had taken these to groups, they were really interested in it. But we just think, like, in terms of a survey question, it was really hard for folks to kind of get a good grasp of it without having some hands-on kind of experience with that. So in terms of health, we asked about several health topics that older adults want to track. We kind of pulled these topics from Davidson and Jensen's survey and investigation of what type of topics older adults are interested in tracking. And so we found that 3/4 were interested in at least one health topic, and the most popular were things like steps, activity, and medications. So with these insights about their practices and the intersection of technology and health, we kind of built on this with a participatory design workshop to explore customizing this technology. So we really were trying to kind of push forward and make an impact here and kind of show how customization can be beneficial. So for the participatory design then, we split things up into 3 sessions. So in the first session, they were teaching me about their craft. So we did things like a show and tell, similar to a normal session, as well as a kind of a focus group discussion there. In the second one, I was teaching them about electronics and some of the minimum skills they might need. So we did a paper circuits activity, which you can see there on the left, as well as explored an Arduino Grove toolkit, which has some plug-and-play elements to kind of get a feel for what those things might look like. Then, for the last session then, we did some low-fidelity prototyping, doing some brainstorming and prototyping there. So with that then, our participants, we had about 10 adult crafters. So we split them up into 2 groups of 5. 9 of them identified as women, and their average age was 76.7 years old. So for those participants, we recruited mostly from community centers and older adult living communities looking for crafting groups within Bloomington. So for our findings, there's a lot to digest with the participatory design findings. So we kind of developed 8 takeaways to kind of make it easier to look at those. So we're only going to cover a few of them in the presentation. But if there are more that you're interested in, please check out our paper. I'm happy to answer questions down the road as well. So, looking at that first takeaway, we really wanted to highlight the connection to customization. So, kind of looking at mapping their practices and tools to these electronics equivalents, and kind of really demonstrating where the connections are strongest there. So, during these workshops, participants had brought us lots of different crafts that they discussed and shared during the show and tell portions of the study, and they required a lot of different practices to create, as well as different purposes. So you see some interesting ones like this holder for a bowl that you put in the microwave so that you don't burn your hands when it comes out. So additionally, participants even brought tools like magazines, such as this Make magazine, as well as they talked about but didn't bring with them their large sewing machines that they use, which are kind of interesting to think about because some of these have some very direct parallels to electronics, right? So you can think of a sewing machine as a soldering iron, as well as kind of the thread then being an equivalent to like soldering when it comes to electronics. And so the next takeaway we wanted to kind of highlight then is engaging participants in hands-on experimentation with electronics to foster these customization ideas by increasing their comfort with electronics. And so we thought this really helped during the brainstorming and prototyping in particular. So this in the second session then, when we did these paper circuits activities and these Arduino toolkit activities, we started to see an improvement in terms of comfort, where everyone became at least neutral or agreed that they were comfortable with these electronics. And another fun thing that from the study was a participant story about so she went to Radio Shack and bought out all of their e-textile supplies because she just enjoyed the activities that we did in the second session so much that she couldn't wait to try them out. So she brought these supplies with me to the third session, and later then I helped her to integrate e-textiles into a quilt that she had to then light up the dog collars. So we further saw some customization in the last session as well, where we were doing prototyping and brainstorming. So we really got a chance to get hands-on, we got a chance to see where these hands-on experimentation kind of started to really show itself with their ideas that they created. So several kind of thought of ways to integrate electronics into their crafts. So this is kind of a, loosely a Christmas tree plan. And so you can kind of see the participant there is holding it from the back, so you can start to see that they're showing where the Arduino as well as the LED connections might go on something that they made then for a Christmas tree. So another interesting example was this heating pad, which is a great example of kind of customized interaction as well. So if if people were wearing this, and if it got too hot, a noise would alert the caregiver, and let them know that they needed to, maybe take it off or help the person to cool down. So, this really helped. Was also another great example of mapping where the electronics would go on something that they created or customized. So for the last takeaway, then, we really want to highlight about the importance of keeping these activities flexible so participants can feel comfortable bringing in their experiences. So we particularly saw these benefits in terms of flexibility when participants brought in their experiences into brainstorming and prototyping. So it really helped to help them to be comfortable and drawing on that experience and again, helping with the design process in that sense. So being crafters, naturally, they brought in their crafting experience in a few ways. Many drew direct connections to their craft, such as this light-up dog quilt that I talked a little bit about earlier. Participants also kind of transition that into also thinking about the interactions that they might have, like this dog that would bark when someone played with it, thinking about giving it to a grandchild, for example. Further, kind of looking at more traditional health sensing, one of the participants that would spend a lot of time making jewelry brainstormed some earrings for measuring blood pressure or oxygen levels. So it was kind of unique in that sense. So with that, there's kind of a lot of things that we can discuss here. So the two primary ones being that we've got some guidelines of advice on how to support adult crafters to create with Maker Electronics. And so we cover that more in the paper. If you're interested, go ahead and check that out. But we also go into more depth on how to advance the design of customized pervasive health devices for older adults. So in terms of advancing design, we see that crafters created some great customized objects as a part of this workshop. So they took what they learned about Maker Electronics and brainstormed these interesting customized devices. So it really built on their crafting skills. And, in terms of what they end up creating then is really kind of valuable because they really focused a lot on aesthetics, being crafters, being kind of visually focused. They didn't worry too much about the technical details, and they just kind of knew enough that they could then start to think about sort of where it would go and allow us to then build on that later. So we also kind of see the value and advocate for hands-on learning. So in our case, the activities gave them a chance to experiment with Maker technology, and they really got a good handle on it. And then it kind of helped them to kind of build on things like mutual learning, which is a really common strategy within participatory design to kind of further engage them in technology design. Lastly, we really want to encourage folks to teach the underlying technology to help them better generate some ideas integrating this personal experience that they have. So again, crafters have this great experience that'd be really useful for thinking about things like Maker technology. Really encourage teaching them about this underlying technology. We showed how it kind of led to some unique health devices like that heating pad, that you might have give to someone that you're caring for example. In addition, we also advocate for tools like electronic toolkits to really make it easy to learn and create with. So I have a quick summary of what we just discussed, and I'll take a second then to thank our participants, my amazing co-authors, as well as our funding from the National Science Foundation, and I look forward to hearing your questions. Thank you very much.
My name is Adrián Macías. I'm going to present the result of our work entitled Exploring Player Experience of an Augmented Puzzle and Wearable for Studying Interaction between Parents and Children with Down Syndrome. This is the content of my presentation, which I will use to describe the puzzle action design and evaluation process. Directive behaviors are defined as any systematic use of command, request, and other controlling behaviors aimed at inducing a child to adopt a behavior desired by the parents. In this work, our interest is centered at the identification of action related to directive behaviors and the study of interaction between children with Down syndrome and their parents. What are the impacts of these behaviors? Down syndrome represents the first cause of intellectual disability worldwide, with an approximate prevalence of 1 in 1,000 live births. Mothers of children with Down syndrome tend to use directive behavior more often than mothers of typically developing children. When used in excess, children's autonomy and independence could be compromised. When using conventional methods, research on directive behavior is developed in the lab or naturalistic environments. For activities, particular objects selected by the researchers like puzzles and free play, where the child selects her preferred toys, are used. For data collection purposes, three methods are commonly used: direct observation, video annotation by trained observers, and paper-based instruments. Accordingly to literature, monitoring directive behaviors using technology in parent-child interactions have been little explored. Augmented objects or smart toys enabled by pervasive technologies are often used to develop rich technological environments with diverse purposes. Several works have explored the use of augmented objects or smart toys to monitor children's developmental progress and detect children's developmental delays. An example is Child's Play, a system for automatically characterizing certain types of object play behaviors performed by young children, since a specific play behavior might serve as an early indicator of autism. Other researchers have focused on investigating how augmented objects or smart toys can support different therapies. Access Block is a good example. It is a system that supports block therapy for preschool children with post-trauma stress. The system's goal is to automatically characterize play action for assessing a specific behavior in children's play using a smartwatch embedded toys block. Radio frequency identification technology is used in several works. However, little has been said regarding using augmented garments such as smart toys and wearables for studying interaction between parents and children with Down syndrome. The literature shows that studies on children with Down syndrome using sensor-equipped gloves are scarce, and none evaluates game experience. Still, it is unclear whether the use of augmented garments by children with Down syndrome will be challenging. We present the design and evaluation of puzzle action. An augmented object consisted of an augmented puzzle and an augmented garment, as embroidered gloves, intended to be used to collect data related to parent-child interactions. Next, I will present you the puzzle action design process. The puzzle action design process is composed by 3 steps. First, in the identification of relevant actions, we analyze 12 video recordings from a previous study, where parent-child dyads played with 3 jigsaw puzzles of distinct complexity. We aimed to identify actions that occur during the interaction and that could represent a directive or intrusive behavior. We went further and broke down each action into a series of operations, realizing that some of the operation takes part in one or more actions. So we defined a set of unique operations that, depending on a specific combination and arrangement, could be used to describe any of the actions. In the second step, requirement definition, using the observer actions and operation, we derive a set of requirements for designing augmented objects and garments for studying directive behaviors. The requirements reflect what the system would be capable of doing to detect the action related to directive behavior. In step 3, using the derived requirement, we designed puzzle action. In this table, we show the results of the identification of relevant actions. In first column appears the behavior type. In the second, a brief explanation of the behavior type. In the third column, the action identified. And in the last column, the set of operations that describe the action. We identified 5 actions and 5 operations in total that potentially could appear as different actions. For example, Operation Z, a puzzle piece is taken by the parent child from the board, is part of action 2, 4, and 5. In the requirement definition, we define the requirement, which appears at the first column, the justification, which appears in the second column, and in the third column we show the solution proposal to fulfill the requirement. We define 9 requirements in total, 3 related to system attributes as puzzle action appearance and record of initial and final time, and 6 related to operations. This table represents the set of directive behavior currently supported by the design of puzzle action, the underlying actions used for inferring them, and the requirements met with each action. The augmented puzzle has 2 components, a physical puzzle and a virtual puzzle. At the start of the game, the virtual puzzle is displayed in gray color. We use the virtual puzzle to help the participants be aware of the capabilities of the augmented puzzle. Each time a child takes a piece, puzzle action emits an audible sound. For example, the sound of a siren if the figure has the shape of an ambulance. And when the child places a piece in the correct space on the board, an alert sound is played and the corresponding piece in the projector screen is colored. Puzzle action also uses embroidered gloves to facilitate the communication between the physical and the virtual puzzles, as well as for monitoring the relevant actions that are critical for studying directive behavior. We decide to use gloves for tracking hands action because they can be augmented with different onboard sensors capable of collecting data to identify relevant actions, thus avoiding potential problems when using other types of sensors. For example, visual obstructions and going out from the detection field in optical sensors. In this image, you can see the deploying of puzzle action in a playing scenario. The physical puzzle is located on the table between the parent and the child, while the virtual version can be seen on the projection screen in front of the child. The projector is located next to the physical puzzle, and a pair of speakers is located on the floor between the projection screen and the table. The child and his parent are wearing the sensor-equipped embroidered gloves during all the game. The evaluation's overall goal was to investigate the game experience of children with Down syndrome while playing with puzzle action accompanied by one of their parents, and evaluate the experience of wearing gloves with visible electronic devices, for example, wires. The participants in the study were 12 children with Down syndrome, 4 female, ranging from 4 to 15 years old. Media equals to 11.8 and a standard deviation equals to 3.04. Also participated parents of children with Down syndrome, 8 female, and 2 therapists who participated as passive observers. 4 instruments were used during the study: puzzle action prototype based on the Wizard of technique, Even you can see the human wheels are located behind the child. We also use demographic information questionnaire. This was used to gather information about the use of wearables of any type by the children. The game experience questionnaire, we use the core module of the JEC to measure the game experience of participants. Also, we added 2 items regarding the experience of using the embroidered gloves. Finally, we used the semi-structured interview that was applied to the therapist to investigate their perception on pros and cons, troubles or difficulties observed during the session, and for any relevant aspects for improvement of puzzle action. The procedure was divided in 4 stages. Stage 1 through 3 was applied to each parent-child diad, and stage 4 was applied to the therapist at the end of each day. In stage 1, the parent answered the demographic questionnaire, and both the parent and the therapist signed an informed consent. In stage 2, the research group instructed the parent on the dynamic of the game and the need for his child and himself to wear gloves throughout the game. Then the parent and child played puzzle action, and once the game was over, the parent and therapist responded to the JEC as proxies of the child. In the third stage, the research group thanked the participants. In the final stage, a small structured interview was applied to the therapist. For data collection, we used non-participant observation during the sessions. 2 members of the research team, 1 therapist, and the participant were involved. The therapists participated as passive observers. The sessions were carried out at the Down Center facilities as per request of the institute we are collaborating with. Total effective game play time collected includes average playing time by parent-child diad was 3 minutes and 53 seconds, with a standard deviation of 1 minute and 41 seconds, a minimum playing time of 1 minute and 47 seconds, and a maximum of 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Aggregated time for all the ads was 46 minutes and 31 seconds. For data analysis, we use descriptive statistics to analyze participants' score for the JEC from both point of view, parents and therapists. An independent test was used to investigate differences between the perception score of the JEC dimension by parents and therapists. Each therapist answered only the JEC of the session where they were present. All answers were considered in the same set. To analyze qualitative data, we use content analysis using technique to derive grounded theory as open and actual coding. Quotes obtained from the open-ended question and interviews were grouped to uncover emerging themes related to the player experience of participants playing with puzzle action. Related to results, from the point of view of both parent and therapist, the children had a positive player experience at the dimension of competence, immersion, and positive affect, had an average score above the mean score, 2.0. They didn't feel frustrated because tension and negative affect were under 1.0 both. Also, they felt relaxed, tension was less than 0.2, and with a positive attitude, positive affect was greater or equal to 3.15. They felt imaginative and intensely concentrating the game. Immersion was 3.29, but without reaching a state of flow. Flow was under 2.0. An explanation for this could be related to the short duration of the experiment's task, together with the low complexity of the game. Challenge was 0.92 for parents and 1.63 for therapists. T-tests show no significant differences in any of the dimensions related to children's player experience. And regarding the dimension of glove comfort, parents rated higher than therapists, means equal to 3.25 against 2.83. However, the mean difference was not significant. On physical design, most of the children had problems with putting on the gloves, resulting in a request for help from their parents to wear the glove correctly. Once the children had the gloves on, they continued playing with no complaints. Both parents and therapists agreed that the design of the gloves should be adapted to the characteristics of children with Down syndrome. The more relevant theme around puzzle action was that the physical puzzle should have different levels of complexity. In this way, children can master their solving skills at different levels without losing interest in the short term. Conclusion and future work. Our design addresses the automatic analysis of what happens in structured activities where two people participate. Unlike other augmented toys or objects, this puzzle works in conjunction with the gloves and have a mechanism to identify the type of actions that occur during parent-child interactions, particularly related to directive behaviors. The evaluation results showed that puzzle action provided a positive player experience to children with Down syndrome. For future work, we plan to implement puzzle action and evaluate its ability for automatic monitoring of parent-child interactions. Finally, we would like to thank the therapist and director of Centro Down for their continuous support. We also express our gratitude to the children and their parents for the enthusiasm during the development of the study. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessica Pater. I'm a research scientist and the manager of health services and informatics research at PervasiveHealth. And today I want to talk a little bit about some of our research focused on telemental health technologies for teens and young adults. So we know in the US that we have mental health issues, especially within our youth population. 1 in 4 adolescents live with a mental health disorder, and we know that for this age group between 2007 and 2016, we saw a 56% increase in suicide rates. Recent research has shown that 64% of youth with depression are not getting the mental health treatment that they need, and we think that this might be connected to the fact that we have a shortage of mental health providers in the country. For example, in Alabama, there's only 1 mental health professional per 1,260 people. And if you take and look at that, those providers are probably not equitably distributed across the geographic regions that they serve. There's potential for exacerbated acuity related to access to care within rural and minority populations. So at the same time that we have increased needs and have even fewer providers, we've seen an increase in telemental health technologies. And we know that telehealth is not a new concept. This is something that we have been researching for decades. But what we have seen in the last 5 or 6 years is a growth in commercially off-the-shelf, stable mental health tools that are being widely marketed and part of the kind of general public's knowledge at this point. Tools like Talk Life, My3, and 7 Cups. And we know that the impacts of COVID-19 have only driven more people to these type of platforms. So when we look at these platforms and what type of functions that they support, most of these tools have this kind of 24 hours a day, 7 days a week access. And while some of them are purely web-based apps, most of them have a mobile presence and allow either some form of mandatory or optional anonymity. Where we see not as equitable functionality is when you start looking at things like text messaging and asynchronous care, and those tend to be focused more in the higher echelon trained professional apps like Seven Cups and Talkspace. And these happen to be the mobile platforms that have costs associated with more robust use of the tools. So knowing that we have this rise in need and technology coming in to address a shortage of providers, we developed a study that was ultimately funded by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation that looked at what is our youth and our teens' readiness to actually use these telemental health platforms as a point of care in their mental health journey, and then how ready are we as a community of clinical providers, educators, and parents to support that integrated use. So I'm going to be presenting data and some analysis from a portion of this larger study that was focused on multidimensional focus groups. So we recruited adolescents and young adults within our region who had either engaged in some type of mental health before or had been in kind of dedicated treatment. We used opportunity and snowball sampling from the larger study to recruit for this component. We have several ethical considerations, including requiring anyone on the team that was engaging with participants to go through several trainings related to suicidality and just mental health care. And to learn more about that, I would point you back to our paper. But we had 4 main participant groups for this research. One, teenagers who we were grouped aged 14 to 18, young adults who were aged 19 to 25. We had parents of both teens and young adults participate in the focus groups, as well as clinicians, so counselors, therapists, pediatricians, as well as educators, so teachers, guidance counselors, administrators, so anyone that's working with teens and young adults on a consistent basis and is part of their kind of network of and a source of strength for them. So we had in total 61 participants, of which we had a pretty even split with genders, except for in the parental role, which we saw more female participation than male. And while our ethnicity is not as diverse as we would want, it does reflect the demographics of the population of the area that the hospital system serves. So we had a total of 3 focus groups that took place between August and October of 2016. We had 8 to 10 participants in each group that were mixed between teens, young adults, parents, and educators. And while they were coming together, the youth were in one distinct focus group, part of the focus group, and then the adults were in another. The focus groups lasted 2 to 2.5 hours each, and all participants were paid $40 for their time. The analysis of the data, we took a thematic analysis approach, and we used iterative inductive coding to create our code book and distill out our themes, and more information about that can be found in the paper. We had 4 key thematic areas that came out of the focus groups. I'm going to cover 2 today for time, but I would again point you back to the paper for a more detailed assessment of these themes. So the first theme that I want to discuss is how technology is used during these mental health crises or in times of stress. And across all 3 focus groups within the youth, the young adults and the teens, they talked about this need of connectedness and collectiveness. So whether they were connecting to just 1 or 2 people or to a whole family or to a whole peer group, the idea of using technology to connect was fundamental during that time of stress. And one of our young adults gave us a really illustrative example when they shared that recently their family had found out that the dad had been cheating on the mom, and all of the children had made this group chat to help them come together, because while most of them lived in town, some of them had already left home, and it was really important for them to process and be there for each other emotionally during this stressful time. So we saw when we were talking between the young adults and teens and then the adults that there was a difference in comfort when it came to like the modalities of treatment, or that connectedness. So one of the educators shared that her students were much more likely to reach out to her via text than any other method, and she thought that was because they probably felt more comfortable texting, but that she would try to get them into her office as soon as possible to figure out like what their plan was, because for her the texting wasn't sufficient to really engender that kind of connectedness and where she could share her empathy and try to support that student in their time of need. And I think that supporting that time of need, supporting when it's a need, the youth of of our world really expect things on demand. They want something immediate because everything else that they have is immediate. If they want information, they go online. If they want to watch something, it's on demand on, through our cable boxes. They don't have to wait for much in their lives when it comes to delivery modes. And, the same, one of the young adults shared that, when you're having your breakdown, no one's going to have it at 9 a.m. in the morning when the counselor's office is open. It's going to happen at 11 o'clock at night when you're in your bedroom falling apart. And, we talked about that if you have a physical health ailment, there's, urgent cares and emergency departments that are open 24 hours a day to address that acute physical health need. But we have little to no things open outside of the emergency department for a mental health need. So, how do we help our technologies address the kind of acute needs that we have outside of traditional banking hours? Also, youth don't want to be just accessing other kind of trained professionals, although they discussed how important it was for them to have that trust of a trained professional. But sometimes they want to be there for their peers. They see what their peers are sharing online, what's going on with them in person, and they want to be there for them, even if they don't know them. So one of the teens shared that, if they see someone that they know from school, but they don't really know, and they're seeing their post, they want to be able to be like, hey, I saw your post, and even though you don't need me, I'm here if you need someone to talk to. Humanity isn't lost completely. We do have, a generation of very emotionally plugged in youth that not only want people to be there for them, but they want to be there for people as well. But that kind of goes, especially when we move that into an online modality, that then we start getting nervous about the quality of those connections. And are your friends online really your friends online as your friends are in your offline world? And aren't those offline ties and support structures better? And we actually had 2 clinicians kind of challenge those sentiments that, there is no guarantee that your face-to-face friendships are going to be any more support, or you're going to get any better advice from them than your connections online. And Clinician 7 went on to state that, their children have gotten horrific advice from their friends in person, and that it probably would have been better if they would have gone online to seek support at that time. So starting to see even adults challenge these kind of preconceptions of offline always being better than support that you can get online. But that also brings up an interesting tension, right? That you think about online and you think about not there being a screen in between you two, that you're not seeing someone, that it's all text-based. And, while most common tropes that you hear that teens don't ever want to talk to people. They just want to be behind their screen. They want to be on their phone. They don't know how to look people in the eyes. They don't know how to connect. And while that might be true for their general communication preferences, when it comes to being in a crisis and having an acute need, they want that face-to-face connection. And we saw this across all three of the focus groups. And we had teens talk to us about, even if it can't be face-to-face, using technologies that allow that face-to-face connection, like FaceTime or Uvu or Skype, that it's easier to read people's body language and reactions when you have face-to-face. And it also helps negate misinterpretations and misconceptions because of the lack of nuance that solely text-based communication has. So they really were talking about the importance of that human connection, that visual connection with someone, and just being able to read their body language, not only to read them, but to have someone read your empathy and your care from you if you are being the supportive peer. So some of the needs that we've identified, we mapped back to that original list of the applications. And while, 24/7 access is great, it doesn't mean that there's immediate feedback. It just means that you can access the tool. And that immediate feedback was really critical as I just went over. That ability to have that face-to-face connection through a video chat was so crucial for all of our young adults and teens. And this is a point where there's a huge opportunity for design because none of the tools at the time of this research facilitated any type of video chat between peers or just general support. And then the ability to text and have that peer-to-peer connection is critical for, especially if you're going to be having more long-term engagements through these platforms and not just these one-off bridge supports until you can get into a more traditional care delivery mode. There were several barriers to the technology integration. The cost is one. Some of these range from free to several $100s a month, depending on how much you're utilizing the tool and the different functionalities. Trust is a huge component. It's within the paper, but it's not just trusting who's on the other side of the platform, but also where can you go to who is trusted within your networks to kind of even lead you to understanding what platforms are out there and what they're best used for. The perceptions are always going to be a barrier. Stigma associated with mental health care is a very real thing. But also there's this perception that mobile platforms are less stable, because platforms that are important to this demographic come and go very commonly. Think about Vine a couple of years ago, millions and millions of users, and then overnight shut down. So if I'm relying on this source of strength and support for my mental illness, how do I know it's going to be there tomorrow? And then, of course, just having the support of the adults and the adults in your network, not just your parents, for the integration of this, both from a clinical perspective and then your parents actually helping from supporting your use to actually facilitating it through sharing of that cost. But all is not, I don't ever like to really end on negative notes. There is hope for the future. I mentioned that COVID has we've seen this explosive use in these platforms during COVID, everything from college and kind of teen counseling to other segments of the population where mental health is really important, like veterans. And then, of course, healthy discussions within the popular press about everything from the stress of using these platforms to the data security and privacy implications of moving such sensitive topics into this kind of online mediated process. So with that, thank you so much, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Hi everyone, I'm Aijiang from the University of St. Andrews. Today I'm going to present our work, Realizations as Intermediate Representations for Human Activity Recognition. Ambient binary event-driven sensor is useful for many human activity recognition applications. These non-image sensors are privacy preserving, unobtrusive, inexpensive, and easy to deploy in scenarios that require detection of simple activities such as going to sleep and leaving the house. Moreover, accurate and practical human activity recognition can enable life-critical applications such as health monitoring and ambient-assisted living. Various recent algorithms, such as deep neural networks, can learn complex correlations between low-level sensor data and high-level human activities, and have excellent performance on classification and recognition tasks, especially on image data. However, regardless of sensing technologies, accurately classify activities with sufficient granularity to enable complex applications remains a challenge for non-image-based human activity recognition. So, some existing works transform raw input sensor data into representations that are learnable through CNNs. For example, an early data-driven approach treats each dimension of an accelerometer signals as a channel of an RGB image to capture local dependencies of sensor signals, and extracts scale-invariant sensor features by using CNN to infer human activities. However, the data collected from binary sensors is different from regularly sampled sensor data, such as acceleration and orientation from wearable sensors. Basically, there are two types of representations for binary sensor. The binary representations only record whether a sensor is activated during a certain interval, while numerical representations record the number of times or the ratio of time that each sensor is activated during the interval. Although numerical representations can detect fine differences in activities that trigger a similar set of sensors, these representations alone do not capture sequential or temporal information, such as the sensor activation order of sensors being activated and when a sensor is being activated, or spatial information, such as the layout of an environment and the spatial relations between deployed sensors. Researchers have attempted to encode this kind of information in feature representations, while our goal is to find intuitive ways to integrate temporal and spatial information to improve activity recognition. A similar work linearly transformed 2D pressure value from force-sensitive resistor fabric sensors into grayscale images, and they used the knowledge from CNNs pre-trained on image data for the pressure sensor data to better identify users from their footsteps. However, the method is task-specific and cannot be generalized into other types of sensor data. So, inspired by this work, we first linearly transform the numerical representation of binary sensor record to the intensity of the image pixel, and each of the pixel is a corresponding sensor location in 2D image. Then we take it further by using visual mapping techniques from the realization field, and iteratively develop a series of 4 realization types. After this step, we apply vision-based neural network to learn sensor features directly on these encoded realizations. So next, I will dive into more details on how we design the sensor data visualization. Usually, position in the 2D plane ranks top in list of visual channels ordered by efficiency and accuracy. Therefore, all our mappings match the position of sensors to the location of visual elements in the 2D visualizations. This is also a mapping that is understandable by human observers. More specifically, we encode the sensor activation to color intensity in image by calculating the activation ratio. And the circle radius of the dot in the image encodes the number of times for visiting each sensors. We also encode sequences of sensor events by drawing wet variable traces. Here are the examples of leave home and enter home almost activate the same set of sensors, but generally at very different times during a day, as encoded with different colors here that corresponds to the time of the day. We also add gray shadings of room areas where at least one sensor is activated, because some activities happened in the same place but has different trace pattern. After data visualization, we input the visual encoded image to a convolutional neural network. Our designed CNN is composed of 3 2D convolutional layers with a softmax classification layer. The objective of VLAIR is to help increase classification accuracy, and we propose our method can able to recognize infrequent activities and also distinguish users and activities in common areas, and then can enable better activity recognition through temporal information. We evaluate our method on 2 dataset from the CASAS project from Washington State University and report F1 score for performance comparison. For baseline methods, we test our realizations against classic feature-based machine learning approaches. We consider 3 alternatives for the input of baseline methods. The first is the raw sensor data representation, which contains activation intensity for each sensor in each interval, and the raw sensor data with time and location representations, which contains additional spatial and temporal information. And lastly, the mutual information representation, which encodes the contribution of each sensor event based on the temporal and the sensor mutual information. Comparing the best VLAIR variant and the baseline, VLAIR approaches shows the best overall F1 score. Here in this bar plots, activities are ordered from left to right in order of frequency of training examples in the dataset. As we can see, it is clear that the benefit of our method comes mostly from recognition the least frequent activities. Moreover, CNN trained with different VLAIR mappings shows that the richest visualization is the most accurate ahead of all other variants. A further look at the per-class result. Time-encoded trace images achieve the second-best accuracy in more than half of the activities. This demonstrates that the temporal information enable better activity recognition. Moreover, for R1 male population, the trace images achieve better accuracy than their activation intensity image. While for R2 male population, the activation intensity images has a higher F1 score than their counterpart trace images. Here the encoded example images intuitively show some different visual features in terms of colors, dots, and wet wearable traces. So we can say the result is possibly because these two users have different cooking styles. It also demonstrates our method can distinguish users and activities in common areas. To summarize, VLAIR takes advantage of knowledge in data visualization as well as convolutional neural network architectures to help improve classification performance. And it has significantly improved micro F1 score for infrequent activities. In addition, VLAIR's intermediate visual representations provide an additional point of access to the intricacies of the data and the model, which relates to the explainability. This is particularly important in pervasive health applications. Here, the examples from bed to toilet transitions activate sensors ranging from bedroom to bathroom. This kind of rich spatial relations is clearly visible in the encoded VLAIR images, so the designers of HAR deployments can use understanding of their own visual system as a proxy to understand the classifier. Also, this additional understanding might help designers to choose better locations and type of sensors to be deployed. Moreover, the images themselves can provide designers with valuable insights on why a certain activity is not being recognized. For example, the recognition performance for bath and personal hygiene is poor, and it might be because the difference of activation, spatial and temporal information is less between them, as shown in the encoded image. In short, the explainability is an important issue in current machine learning and could be a very promising future work to extend VLAIR approach. That concludes my presentation. Please contact me if you have any questions or interested in our work. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome to PervasiveHealth 2020. I am Trung, and I am a researcher from EDAP Research Institute and Econ Polytechnic Federal de Lausanne, EPFL, Switzerland. On behalf of co-authors, allow me to give representation of our paper, namely, Understanding Heavy Drinking at Night through Smartphone Sensing and Active Human Engagement. Today, I am here to talk to you about understanding heavy drinking in alcohol research. Heavy drinking leads to many severe consequences for individuals and society. In the reverse research, data were collected posteriorly by using questionnaires, time to development of the feature phones, an evolution of more traditional method in ubiquitous alcohol research, could have collected survey data via SMS. However, these methods have limitations, including a low recall and an expensive scaling up. Bae and co-author in 2017 defined a classification task to identify non-drinking, drinking, and heavy drinking single episodes using various smartphone sensors. This study showed the potential of sensors to identify heavy drinking patterns. In this day, mobile crowd sensing had enormous potential in collecting in situ data by taking advantage of embedded sensors, cameras, and being equipped with internet connection. That's the reason why we have research gap. We would like to compare multiple data types, including mobile sensor, photos, and contact data from mobile crowd sensing to understand heavy drinking. Based on the research gap, we have two research questions. Acute 1. What are the differences between heavy and non-heavy drinking nights as captured in a mobile crowd sensing experiment, mobile sensors, manual contact, and image content? Acute 2. How to infer heavy and non-heavy drinking nights using all these data sources towards supporting research in alcohol research. In order to answer these two research questions, we collected data from project namely Youth at Night from Santini 2016. In general, we have 847 user nights segmented into moving and static episodes. I would like to give you some background information about our data in this paper. We collected data from 241 participants in Switzerland, from 16 to 25 years old. They are 47% women and 53% men. We collected data in 10 Friday, Saturday nights, from 8 p.m. until 4 a.m. in the morning. We have three data types: phone sensor, self-reported drinking contact, and photos. Heavy drinking definition. If women have more than 4 drinks and men have more than 5 drinks at a single occasion, we consider as heavy drinking. We also consider single occasion a single night. We will look at the data extracted features. We have 3 feature groups: sensor, contact, and visual. Sensor including location, it captures mobility episodes, static and moving. Accelerometer captures physical activity. Bluetooth and Wi-Fi captures velocity of device density, events, for example application, battery, capture user behavior. Contact including time and place captures drinking time and place. Visual including CNN extracted objects and scenes captures content of drink images. Let's now turn to answer Acute 1. The differences between heavy and non-heavy drinking based on sensor data. On the screen, we show the table the differences between heavy and non-heavy drinking night based on location, the number of the episodes, and Bluetooth, the number of devices based on moving and stable episodes. We are using Cohandy with 95% confidence intervals and independent t-test to better understand the effect size and qualify the magnitude of the difference between the two groups. We see that the mean value of the heavy drinking night higher than the mean value of non-heavy drinking night. It should be emphasized that the location-based episode count and Bluetooth count suggest that participants tend to move more and stay at more crowded locations on heavy drinking nights. Turning our attention now to the differences between heavy and non-heavy drinking night based on active manual contact input. On the screen, we show the table of the difference between heavy and non-heavy drinking night based on the mean time interval between first and last drink in seconds and play count. We also use Cohendy with 95% confidence interval and independent t-test in this case. We see that the mean value in heavy drinking night higher than the mean value of non-heavy drinking night. The significance of this is heavy drinking nights have longer duration and involve more places. I now like to move on the next part, the differences between heavy and non-heavy drinking night based on image content. We extracted the top 20 detected objects using Inception V3 model trained on ImageNet. I would like to draw your attention to 2 points. The first one, beer bottle and red wine appear more frequently on heavy drinking night. The second, water bottle or cup appear more frequently on non-heavy drinking night. The result of Acute 1 ties in with Acute 2. We would like to do inference of heavy and non-heavy drinking night by using 847 user night. We use random forest with 5-fold cross validation. If you look at this table, you can see that the baseline we are using is 60%. It comes from non-heavy drinking night. If we use a sensor, including a mobile phone sensor, can result at 71%. Using contact with time can result at 70%. Using visual, including image features, can result at 72%. And if we combine time and sensor together, can result at 76%. General trend, when we have combination of sensor and time, can give the best result at 76%. We have to remember that visual reduce 72% but requiring manual input. When we compare with the sensor, reduce at 71% but not requiring manual input. In the result of Acute 1 and Acute 2 lead me to the next point, which is discussion. First, on heavy drinking nights, participants change locations more frequently and had more drinks outside private places. To put it in other way, they could travel under the influence of alcohol. It could be potentially harmful. Second, an automatic approach with phone sensor results in an accuracy of 71%. So what I am saying is performance needs to be improved. One direction could be to use a combination of a general model adapted with individual data. Finally, phone sensing involves sensitive data. I would like to draw your attention to this point. Any future public health phone applications related to alcohol consumption must be designed with ethics, privacy, and the well-being of users as fundamental values. In conclusion, let me sum up my two main research questions. Acute 1. What are the differences between heavy and non-heavy drinking nights based on mobile sensors, contact, and image content? Regarding sensor, heavy drinking nights have more moving episodes and longer drinking time. Contact, heavy drinking nights have longer duration and involve more places. And regarding images, specific objects, for example, water bottles, slightly more common on non-heavy drinking nights. Acute 2. How to infer heavy and non-heavy drinking nights? Random forest on individual sources, sensor, image can result at 70 to 72% accuracy. Random forest on sensor and time can result at 76% accuracy. Thank you for your attention.
Hello everyone, my name is Democratizing Gupta and today I'll be presenting Open Speech Platform Democratizing Hearing Aid Research. The other authors on this paper are Tamara Zabati, Sean K. Hamilton, Arthur Boothroyd, Chara Yalchin, Desi Hong, Rajesh Gupta, Harinath Garudadri. Now, hearing loss affects 48 million people in the US. However, only 28.8 million can actually benefit from hearing aids. Now, the causes for hearing loss can range widely. However, some of the major causes are loss of receptors in the cochlear due to degeneration over time because of age, or workplace hazards such as loud noises, which can degenerate particular frequencies in the hearing. Hearing loss has been shown to have a negative impact on someone's life, and especially on their social life as they become socially withdrawn. However, only 1 in 4 who can actually benefit from hearing aids actually use hearing aids. So, hearing aid researchers and audiologists are trying to improve hearing aids so that more people can adopt it. However, there are some roadblocks for hearing research, especially in academic circles. And this is due to how the market has evolved over time, where currently there's only a handful of manufacturers who control the market. And this is due to both regulations and just how things have developed. The FDA recently has relaxed some of these restrictions, and so there are going to be more and more over-the-counter hearing aids available. However, there's still a lack of open source tools to allow researchers to do their research. And this has meant that audiologists and researchers kind of come up with their own tools, and so it's very hard to compare different artifacts from lab to lab. And this is where the Open Speech Platform comes in. Now, the Open Speech Platform is an open source hardware and software platform with a modular framework for algorithmic development, and also contains a clinical grade hardware. Now, in this paper, we have evaluated OSP both objectively and subjectively. Before we dive into that, we just want to compare it to what's out there currently. Now, the gold standard is the commercial hearing aids. They're the form factor that we're trying to achieve. All of their devices have been thoroughly tested. They have been approved for clinical studies. Now, the cons are they're closed source, and the devices itself are very resource limited. OpenMHA is another open source software package which is available. It is based on a commercial product. They have extensive DSP libraries, and the software itself is hardware agnostic. However, their framework is relatively heavyweight, and they have developed some hardware to put their software on. However, that hardware itself is resource limited. Timpan is small open source hardware for research in hearing aids. The hardware form factor is actually quite nice. The software that goes on this hardware is modular, and the development tools that they developed is very intuitive. However, the hardware itself is very resource limited. They don't currently have any ear level hardware available. University of Texas, Dallas kind of attempted to solve this problem from a smartphone-based perspective, basically having the smartphone being the hearing aid. Now, the pros of that is it's a very intuitive and elegant solution, and it basically allows you to use the smartphone as the graphical user interface, and everything's just there. However, smartphones have high latency, and it's not really meant for real time. The other issues is it's resource limited because there's going to be other apps contending for resources, and there's a lack of clinical grade hardware. OSP design that we're going to be talking about in this presentation is a lightweight modular software framework, and the software is hardware agnostic. We have clinical grade hardware. However, it does lack a few things. It lacks an intuitive software development tool, kind of like what Timpan has, and also it has a limited DSP library, and so these are things we're going to be working on in the future. So now let's dive into the open speech platform. OSP is composed of both hardware and software components. First, let's look at the hardware. The hardware went through 3 generations of iterations. The first generation is called the lab-based system, and this is what we use to develop the hearing aid assembly as well as test out our algorithms. The second generation is a portable analog version which uses the commercial off-the-shelf components to kind of create a proof of concept. And then the third generation refines on the second generation to make it a much smaller package and to make it more field study worthy. In this paper we focus on the proof of concept, the second generation, and the third generation is currently what we're iterating over. The analog portable system contains a Qualcomm Dragonboard 410C, which is a single board computer. It has a 4-core ARM processor with 1 GB of RAM, 8 GB of memory, and a dual channel audio input and output. We created a custom daughter card to kind of amplify the hearing aid and also have a battery charging circuit for a battery which can sustain the system for 12 hours, as well as a debug port on board. Now the hearing aid interfaces with the custom daughter card, and the hearing aid itself is custom made. We 3D printed the plastic pieces and also created our own preamp circuit for the hearing aid. We had to ensure that the audio quality that we got from these systems was at the level of commercial hearing aids. Now we come to the software aspect. Now the software architecture has 2 major components, the real-time master hearing aid and the embedded web server. The real-time master hearing aid is what modifies the sound to correct for hearing loss. And the signal processing path in RTMHA has a bunch of parameters which can be tuned to change the characteristics of how that signal is modified. And in order to allow the researchers and the users to change all of these parameters, we created an embedded web server which can serve up a web application on any browser-enabled device in order to get a nice graphical user interface to allow them to interact with the real-time master hearing aid. Now let's take a look at the real-time master hearing aid framework itself. It's a modular framework and it's a pretty lightweight framework. The main controller for the RTMHA framework is the parser, which basically takes in strings from either the command line interface or the embedded web server and transfers them over as parameters into the real-time master hearing aid code. And the real-time master hearing aid code gets audio streams through a module called the port audio, which allows for the software to be device agnostic because it abstracts away the hardware level details for how to use the audio paths. Now, as the audio stream comes in through port audio requests that RTMHA modify the signal and send back the modified signal so that it can play it back out into the speaker. So now let's take a look at a sample master hearing aid algorithm. Here you can see that it is a very complex signal processing chain. And in order to make it a bit less complex, we developed a sample graphical user interface called the researcher page, which exposes all the parameters that can be tuned by a person. And in this graphical user interface, it goes to show that a complex system can be kind of made less daunting just by having a nice graphical user interface. And this is where we see a lot of audiologists kind of get benefits from the OSP system in terms of how they can interact with the RTMHA using the embedded web server or any sort of graphical user interface that they would like to choose. This brings us to the objective evaluation. For our objective evaluation, we did a sound quality evaluation using a device called the VeriFit. And basically, using the VeriFit, we ran a test called the ANSI 3.22, which tests the kind of the manufacturer's claim. So for us, we just needed to compare it against commercial hearing aids. So we compared our lab system and our portable system against known good commercial hearing aids. The first 4 lines of this chart, or of this table, kind of defines the type of hearing loss that can be addressed using the hearing aid. According to this, both the lab system and the portable system can deal with the most severe hearing loss that any of the commercial hearing aids can. The next 2 lines in this table deals with what basically defines the frequency range that the hearing aid can faithfully reproduce, and it shows that the lab system and the portable system can reproduce a wider range than any of the commercial systems can. The next line is called the equivalent input noise. It kind of defines the noise that is produced by the hearing aid as you amplify, basically as you amplify the noise floor. For the lab system, it matches up perfectly with the commercial system. However, the portable system, this is where there was an issue. And the issue was with the Dragonboard 410C codec introducing a 1 kHz tone into the input signal. However, once we go into the subjective evaluation, it didn't really come into play as much as we thought it would. Finally, the last 3 defines the distortion produced by the hearing aids, and it's within tolerance according to the specs for the ANSI 3.22. So now that we know that our hearing aid system is almost as good as commercial systems, we did a subject evaluation and basically ran a pilot study. This pilot study was designed to investigate the usability of OSP using Goldilocks. And Goldilocks is a self-fitting protocol designed by Professor Carol McCarthy and Professor Arthur Boothroyd at SDSU. The study was conducted by Professor Arthur Boothroyd and his team at SDSU. The study included using the device both inside and outside of lab conditions, and it basically had the device with the listener interface and a hotspot, and throughout the 2.5 hours the listener was using the device and using the interface to adjust the device in some fashion or another. At the end of the test, there was a structured interview to gather feedback on the portable OSP device. And this is what we have here. Basically, the demographic was 21 participants, 9 female, 12 male. The average age of the participants was 75.1 year, with a standard deviation of 13.9 years. The experience with the hearing aids was around an average of 7.4 years, with a standard deviation of 7 years. The hearing aid use per day was about 10.9 hours per day on average, with a standard deviation of 5.3 hours per day. Now, we asked 5 different questions, structured questions. The first one was the aesthetic and the form of the device itself. Most people actually gave it a good or a very good. However, people did comment on the bulkiness of the device, and that's where the third generation of the device shrinks down that bulkiness quite a bit. As far as the acoustic quality, this is where it surprised us. Most people said it was good or very good. We thought that it would be skewed more towards the other way just because of that 1 kHz tone, but only a few people picked up on it and it didn't bother them as much as we thought it would. Now, when it came to OSP versus their own hearing aid, this is more of a kind of like a Gaussian curve, and most people were about the same, if not better, which is also surprising given that 1 kHz tone, but this is really good results for the device. Now, the ease of use, most people said that the listener interface that we created for the Goldilocks was very easy to use, and they really enjoyed that interface. As far as them willing to kind of use this device for a long-term study, most said yes. However, it was kind of interesting how there's sort of a bimodal distribution. Either they were all for it or they weren't really that much for it, and I guess it just depends on kind of what type of person they were. Which brings us to our conclusion. We developed an open source hardware and software platform for hearing research called the Open Speech Platform. We demonstrated the viability of its use in clinical studies, both objectively and subjectively. As far as the future work goes, we are working with our collaborators to further OSP. We're going to be trying to integrate and develop a software tool similar to that of Timpan so that it's more intuitive, and we want to improve the third generation of hardware so that it's less bulky, cleaner audio without that 1 kHz tone, and that's kind of where we are at. I would like to acknowledge the OpenSpeech platform team here. I would also like to acknowledge the team at SDSU for designing and running the study, for the gathering the subjective evaluations. And this work was supported in part by NIH, the U.S. Army Laboratory, NSF, and the Connect Center by SRC. Thank you, and at this point I'll take any questions.